We all know that numbers are no substitution for real food. But quite frankly, in this tough economic climate, the sacrifices have been made in the wrong places.
Bogey cars.
What?
Bogey cars.
Confound those Dover boys!
Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Tom. Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. Ground control to Major Tom. Commencing countdown, engines on. 2, check ignition, and may God's love be with you. This is ground control to Major Tom. You've really made the grade, and the papers want to know whose shirt you wear. Now it's time to leave the capsule if you dare. This is Major Tom to ground control. I'm stepping through the door, and I'm floating in a most peculiar way, and the stars look very different today. For here am I sitting in a tin can, far above the world. Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do.
the Osmonds, and I captured Ned No's surname, and I won't release him till I've made a #1 single in my own head. Here we go, hardcore.
This record ain't gonna play, it's funny, put your hand in your pocket, give us cash, cash money. This record ain't gonna play, it's funny, put your hand in your pocket, give us cash, cash money. Get your money out your wallet, get your dollars out your bank, want your cash, cash money, I'm a cheap whole flag. Get your money out your wallet, get your dollars out your bank, want your cash, cash money, I'm a cheap whole flag.
For increased record sales, insert GABA here. I'm gonna jump on the bandwagon and rinse some cash out the hardcore scene. That's enough. I enjoyed that.
Hi, I'm Cockbutt Monkey, and I'm here to tell you about cashing into the rave scene. Have you got problems with built-up dance floors or grounded MCs? You need cash money, money over music, and the scene is gone. Cash, cash, money, money, cash, cash, money, money, cash, cash, money, money, and the scene is gone. Filthy cash, give it to me. Earned in greed, show me the money. Hard house fans, money. Filthy cash, give it to me.
Warning, in order to play this record, you must give your cash to us.
Hello, mate. This record ain't gonna play, it's funny, put your hand in your pocket, give us cash, cash money. This record ain't gonna play, it's funny, put your hand in your pocket, give us cash, cash money. Get your money out your wallet, get your dollars out your bank, want your cash, cash money, I'm a cheap whole flag. Get your money out your wallet, get your dollars out your bank, want your cash, cash money, I'm a cheap whole flag.
Cash money for your dollars, pounds, and slags.
Huh? Hmm.
War Tatter said, I hate sand. I hate clothes.
to the robot.
I like to move, I'm really smooth. Can everybody know the robot groove?
Go do it, go do it, go, go, go do it, go do it, go do it, go, go, go do it,
Go move it.
go do it, go, go, go do it.
sound is getting closer.
It's the little things like that that make our country so great. Thank you, Chris Columbus. Thank you, 1492. Thank you, Chris Columbus. Thank you, 1492. Thank you, Chris Columbus. Thank you, 1492.
Every epic tale starts somewhere. Yours begins here, at the training grounds. You will use your device to draw 2 drawings. You may draw whatever you wish, and if your wish is to know what to draw, hit the suggestion button. Get your drawing fingers wiggling. It's time to draw. Watching the tournament but wish you were playing along? Join the audience and affect the outcome of the game. What? Open your device. The fates have blessed you with a series of pictures and slogans. Select one of each to create your t-shirt jacket. I don't want to pressure you, but a lot is riding on this.
And this triagonal sign.
Hey, this is Avril. This is Gwen from No Doubt.
the robot beat. Doobie wop wop wop.
Doobie wop wop wop.
He likes to bop bop bop.
I like to bop bop bop.
To the left, to the right.
Left, right, left.
He likes
世界雨下个不停，我付出一生的时间，想要忘记你，但是回忆从我心里跳出来，拥抱你。雨下个不停，我付出一生的时间，想要忘记你，但是回忆从我心里跳出来，拥抱你。
A new challenger appears. winners. The final gauntlet is here, and only the best shirts from the previous rounds remain. The tournament ends here. Versus fight.
Someone is calling.
之中全是你，让我投入太彻底。不是如果注定悲剧，何苦给我美丽演出相聚的别离？没有星星的夜里，我用泪光吸引你。既然爱你不能言语，只能微笑哭泣，让我从此忘了你。没有星星的夜里，我把往事留给你。如果一切只是演戏，要你好好看戏，心碎只是我自己。没有星星的夜里，我用泪光吸引你。既然爱你不能言语，只能微笑哭泣，让我从此忘了你。没有星星的夜里，我把往事留给你。如果一切只是演戏，要你好好看戏，心碎只是我自己。谁陪伴我風雨中往來？時常望你會飄動，為何讓我睇眼前，又怕消失最美好？原來愉快更遲疑，但無遺憾更失措。仍沿着我心意走，沒有一天願停步，孤身走不見路，可消失從遲到。我後悔心中相遇，走錯冤枉的路，幾番苦苦掙扎，又再跌倒，或餘剩一口不計氣力，都會多走一步，走出天意既定的命運。
Well, I know that's not the best material. Write another. Finish already. Hey, you really don't beat that time. Now, singers, slogans and drawings, t-shirt long.
又再跌倒，或餘剩一口不計氣力，都會多走一步。
the tournament begin. Gauntlet 1 versus Mike, using your devices too good.
Never sang my songs on the stage on my own. Never said my words, wishing they would be heard. I saw you smiling at me. Was it real or just my fantasy? You'd always be there in the corner of this tiny little bar. My last night here for you. Same old songs, just one song.
Use your devices to enter one new drawing and as many new slogans as you wish. Really put your back into it. Go. Those of you watching the tournament don't have to wait another 100 years to get in on the fun. Join the audience to submit suggestions and affect the game. Forge a new T-shirt champion.
問此刻世上，此生彼此有幾個？相知相愛相和了，願意刻刻我已覺好了，不想愛得醉了。同是天涯淪落人，在這傷心這風都相同行，也許不必知道我是誰，無謂令你又再考慮。相逢何必曾相識，在這一息間相遇有情人，也許不必知道我是誰，無謂令你再度灑淚。同是天涯淪落人，相逢何必曾相識，也許不必知道我是誰，無謂令你再度灑淚。請珍惜這段友誼，
也許一天可以嘅話，准許我多愛一次。
且把今晚的諾言，留待以後約一發展，編寫愛的經典。
Fight for me, ladies, fight.
Frankenstein earphone radio, the threshold brainwash radio, the latest new skull reforming to contain all Frankenstein controls, even insane skulls of white pedigree males. Visible Frankenstein controls, the synthetic nerve radio directional antenna loop. Make copies for yourself. There is no escape from this worst gangster police state using all the deadly gangster Frankenstein controls. In 1965, CIA gangster police beat me bloody, dragged me in chains from Kennedy, New York Airport. Since then I hide in forced jobless poverty, alone in this slow, deadly Diggertown old house. The brave and deadly gangster gangster police and nigger puppet underlings spray me with poison nerve gas from automobile exhausts and even lawnmowers. Deadly assaults, even in my yard, with knives, even bricks and stones. Me up forever with tarantulas, spiders, or even bloody murder. Or even bloody murder, accidents, spiders, or even bloody murder. Or even bloody murder, accidents. Gently cut tarantulas, spiders, or even bloody murder, accidents.
有新脚步，看得清楚，有很多可疑的因素，不喊你，让你糊涂，考验我爱的程度。高楼电梯，一梦深处，不懂在人群很拘束。大彩虹，不要飘走，我在你背后挡风。 是我的花朵，我要拥有你。
Or even bloody murder.
你是我的花朵，我要保护你，一路都畅通。你是我的花朵，就算你身边很多小石头。你是我的花朵，我要爱着你，不眠也不休。
Corner's projection of gently cut tarantula spiders, or even bloody murder, accidents, haven or electric shock flashlight, even remote electronically controlled around Corner's projection of gently cut tarantula spiders.
不要飘走，我在你背后挡风。
Tarantula spiders, or even bloody murder.
我要保护你，一路都畅通。你是我的花朵，就算你身边很多小石头。你是我的花朵，我要爱着你，不眠也不休。管你是充满多少困惑，我绝对不会对爱你放手。你是我。
To shut me up forever with a sneak undetectable extermination, even with trained parroting puppet assassins in maximum security insanity prison for writing these unforgivable, or even a manual typewriter to me for your only hope for a future.
插在我心窝，你是我的花朵，我要保护你，一路都畅通。你是我的花朵，就算你身边很多小石头。你是我的花朵，我要爱着你，不眠也不休。
Thank
Okay.
At last, I'm about to be Sultan instead of the Sultan.
Okay.
Lion Master!
I'm gay.
Who did you expect? Sparta flop.
exhausts, and even lawnmowers. Deadly assaults, even in my yard, with knives, even bricks and stones, even deadly touch Tabin or electric shock flashlights, even remote electronically controlled around corners projection of deadly touch tarantula spiders, or even bloody murder, even bloody murder accidents. 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 Murder accidents. Bloody murder accidents. Bloody murder accidents. Bloody murder accidents.
Pick up that phone or I will unleash the venom!
Bloody murder accidents. Bloody murder accidents. Bloody murder accidents. Bloody murder accidents. Bloody murder accidents.
站在属于我的角落，假装自己只是个过客。我的心在人群中闪躲。不懂我们之间这份真情犯了什么错？有你不是你，而我不是我，那有多快乐？
Bloody murder accidents.
不管与你的路有多苦，我只想要拥有最后的祝福。再多的伤害我都不在乎，愿你我挣脱一切的束缚。不管与你的路有多苦，擦干眼泪，告诉自己不挣脱。我不怕谁说这是个错误，只要你我坚持，永不认输。站在属于我的角落，假装自己。
Bogey cars. Bogey cars.
Bloody murder accidents.
You kidnapped my friend Woody. Who the fuck do you think you are, you fucking cheeky monkey?
Rick Astley!
I know your address, bitch. I'm gonna come for you, fucking wanker.
Run it! Run it! Run it! Run it!
Quacker ass, quacker.
Bloody murder accidents.
Bye-bye.
Bloody murder accidents.
Bogey cars.
Bloody murder accidents.
Bogey cars.
What's mine?
Rev first, you fucking cheeky monkey.
You can dance, you can jive, having the time of your life. See that girl, watch that scene, digging the dancing queen.
You fucking cheeky monkey.
Bogey cars.
Let's get out of here.
Bogey cars.
I think we lost him. Come on, E.T. Make us fly. Make us fly.
Bloody murder accidents.
Oh, stupid game. Not more ET games.
Made.
Quacker.
Bogey cars.
You fucking cheeky monkey.
Bogey
You
cars.
fucking cheeky monkey.
Bloody murder accidents.
What? 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 What?
Bogey cars.
What?
Bogey cars.
What? 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 What?
Bogey cars.
He's no good, the Grand Vizier.
He never wins, that much clear.
murder.
Watch out, Sultan, chances are for him there's no fight too bizarre.
What?
Bogey cars. It's a what I wanna be. Bogey cars. It's a what I wanna be.
In his head the wheels are.
Bogey cars.
Go through the mail. It is the Sultan's order. Whoa, no! What about my tip? We have gone through the mail, Beacon of the Orient. Whoa, no! What about my tip?
Bloody murder accidents.
At last, I'm about to be Sultan instead of the Sultan.
Accidents. Bloody murder accidents.
Bogey cars.
Op.
I'm Rick Harrison, and this is my pawn shop. I work here with my old man and my son, Big Hoss.
What about my tip? What about my tip? What about my tip? Tip? What about my tip?
Bogey cars.
We have gone through the mail, Beacon of the Orient.
And?
Just a letter.
Oh, is no good. Hurry up. Go and get my dear is no good. Nice. A few minor alterations, and it'll be ready for the day I get to be...
Bloody murder accidents.
Instead of the...
Bloody murder accidents.
What? What is it?
It's me, boss. Adulaf.
Hold on! I'm coming! What do you want?
Do the Mario swing here.
The Sultan wants to see you,
Bloody murder accidents.
boss.
Oh, what does he want now, that dimwit? With his lethargic camel eyes and his stuffed chicken voice. The mere sight of him makes
Lion
me sick.
Master!
Oh, Beacon of the Orient. Oh, how I miss the sight of
Here I
your
come.
features.
Come on!
You are too kind, my dear is no good. Oh, and your voice. I had forgotten the sweet, rich sound of your voice. The sight of you makes it... fills my heart with joy. You're too kind, my dear is no good. But now, cut out the display
Come on!
and read this letter. Your wishes
Come
are
on!
orders. Come on, read it.
Lion Master! Fire!
Flintstones. Epic Flintstones.
What?
Here I come, rougher than the rest of them, the best of them, tougher than leather. You can call me Knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. I'd rather flex my muscles. I'm hard as nails. It ain't hard to tell. I break them down whether they solid or frail. Unlike the rest, I'm independent.
我的心在人群中闪躲，我们之间这份真情犯了什么错？若你不是你，而我不是我，那有多快乐？不管与你的路有多苦，我只想要拥有最后的祝福。再多的伤害我都不在乎，愿你我挣脱一切的束缚。不管与你的路有多苦，擦干眼泪，告诉自己不准哭。我不为谁说这是错误，直到你我坚持永不认输。不管与你的路有多苦，擦干眼泪，告诉自己不准。
I'm gay.
Zach Goldsmith, who stepped down after the government backed proposals for a third runway at Heathrow.
Who did you expect?
That issue
Sparta
plus
flop.
Brexit are foremost in voters' minds, as our political correspondent Vicky Young now reports.
The political landscape has changed since the EU referendum, and in this leafy part of southwest London, voters are being asked to give their verdict on some
Bloody murder accidents.
And here, why the expansion
two,
of Heathrow Airport is initiated. Go ahead to a third runway, the Conservative MP Zach Goldsmith went through with his promise to quit Parliament in protest. Now he's trying to win the seat as an independent.
A runabout?
The Conservative Party
I'll
hasn't
steal it!
fielded a candidate.
No one will ever
Many
know!
Local Tory members still back him, but he admits he's got his work cut out.
You either keep your promise or you don't. And so for me, there was no question about that. I have led this group in the Parliament. I believe that if I hadn't been elected in 2010, the spades would probably already be in the ground.
Confound those Doverboys!
Bogey cars.
And I think a lot of people here, and I included Heathrow in that, regard this as a referendum on Heathrow. So for me, I feel duty-bound to win that, to send a strong message both to government and to Heathrow.
But the Liberal Democrats think Mr Goldsmith's support for Brexit is a weakness in a constituency which voted overwhelmingly.
Bloody murder, bloody murder.
That will help them overturn a majority of more than 20,000.
What the Liberal Democrats would really like to see is a further vote on the terms, once we're clear about the
bogey cars,
the EU, what it means for trade, what it means for freedom.
Bloody murder accident.
To the country, and that the people get another vote, because we voted for departure, but we haven't voted for a destination.
Traditionally, Labour have had much success here.
Bloody murder accident. Bloody murder
Values are Labour values.
Well,
we can win those people over with the right arguments. We are the only party that is standing up against the austerity that has been so damaging over the last 6 years.
By-elections are often fought on local issues.
Well,
Goldsmith wants this contest to be all about the expansion of Heathrow.
Committee. Tonight on Newsnight, we'll bring you all the details and interviews with key players. Join me now on BBC 2, 11 o'clock in Scotland.
Good evening and welcome to BBC London.
Bloody
News
murder
with me, Louisa
accident.
Preston. We start tonight with more on the implications for the Metropolitan Police following the case of the serial killer Stephen Port. One campaigner has accused the force of being institutionally homophobic. The police watchdog is investigating whether detectives missed opportunities to stop Port.
Bloody murder accident.
Have the confidence to report serious crimes. Dan Clark-Neil, a former Met Police detective, has this special report.
Bloody murder accident.
Hookup-ups are a fact of life for many gay men. They can have almost instant access to dates or casual sex at the touch of a button. But the trial of this man, Stephen Port, has cast a new light on the way they're used.
Bloody murder
Port has been
accident.
convicted of murdering 4 men who he met through hookup apps.
Bloody murder
But he also
accident.
raped 4 others. And the men he raped only came forward after Port had been
Bloody
charged
murder
with the murders.
accident.
Why? As a gay man and former Metropolitan
Bloody
Police
murder
detective,
accident.
the case of Stephen Port has really struck a chord with me. And
Bloody
I've
murder
asked myself many
accident.
times recently, what would I have done in those circumstances? And if I'm being completely honest, I don't think
Bloody
I would have
murder
reported to the police,
accident.
even when I was serving as a police officer myself. I reckon I really want to get to the bottom of whether there's a stigma attached to the reporting of sexual
Bloody murder
offences like these.
accident.
Adrian used hookup apps and websites on and off for around 15
Bloody
years.
murder accident.
He told me about a time he'd arranged to meet a guy one evening late after work.
I arrived on the doorstep. He was the person that looked like what I thought he was. So straight away you struck up a conversation, you see how you felt with each other.
You're a big guy. For you.
No hesitation. And then you get to the point of wanting to take what sort of cameras are you going to take.
Bloody
how much,
murder
and
accident.
when. And all of that was talked about
Bloody murder
openly,
accident.
honestly. And therefore I had no concerns about going forward.
Adrian says he was given a cocktail of drugs by the man he met up with. It's then that things got out of hand.
Within seconds,
Bloody murder
his clothes
accident.
were off. And all I can remember was laying down on the bed. And then that's it. I don't know what happened at all.
Adrian still doesn't know whether he was sexually assaulted, and he blames himself for what happened.
I have never ever mentioned or talked about any incidents to any authorities.
Bloody murder
because I've
accident.
always been of the view that I put myself in the position which has made me vulnerable.
For Adrian, drugs are one of the main barriers when it comes to going forward to the police.
There is a... I know something's not right. At the same time, I can't 100% conclusively say what happened. If you are as well in a similarly chemical...
Shoestring showing I was dehydrated to the beat vibrated. I was revived as soon as this bitch gyrated them hips and licked them lips, and that was it. I had to get Nate Dogg to sing some shit.
And the police accept that there is a problem.
Bloody murder
There is underreporting.
accident.
We know there's underreporting, but of course we would always want people to report offences.
Sometimes when men hook up, they've willingly taken drugs, so then when an offence takes place, they're concerned about going to the police. What would you say to that?
Pursuing
Bloody murder, 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 bloody murder, bloody murder, murder, bloody murder, bloody murder, bloody murder, bloody murder, bloody
Oh
murder.
yeah, Mr. Krabs.
Murder.
What we want people to do is
Bloody
get
murder.
to know the person, meet in
Bloody
public,
murder.
stay in public until you're entirely comfortable. And I think some of these apps could take more
Bloody murder.
responsibility for passing on those safety messages so that the offences didn't occur in the
Bloody
first place.
murder.
Sadly, none of this will make any difference to Stephen Port's victims or their families, but it might help
Bloody
stop
murder.
another man like Port from killing again.
On that with our reporter Jim Weeble. Jim, this has obviously raised some extremely serious questions.
Well, yes, for the gay community, but also massive focus on the police's handling of this case as well. There's an independent investigation now happening. 7 officers have
Bloody
been
murder.
handed gross misconduct notices. A further 10 have been given misconduct notices. And independent investigators will be fully aware that friends and family of the victim were joining the dots when it came to 4 bodies being found in apparently
Bloody
similar
murder.
situations. And that it appears the police were not making those connections. And some in the gay community believe that there's a familiar explanation as to why this may be the case.
Bloody murder.
It seems possible that stereotyped assumptions about gay men and drug use may have contributed to the police mishandling of these men.
Bloody murder.
This could amount to institutional homophobia, similar to the institutional racism identified by the
Bloody murder.
report. That's a possibility that the Independent Police Complaints Commission does need to investigate.
So, Jim, do you think this could be a key moment in terms of cases like this?
Bloody murder.
Peter Thatcher, who we just heard from here, was referring to institutional This will be hugely significant, but also for the gay community as well. Many people will now
Bloody
be
murder.
fully aware of the dangers of dating apps and also the dangers of taking certain types of drugs.
There is a significant problem with
Bloody murder.
chemsex within the gay community that needs greater attention.
Look at the picture.
This is an
Bloody
unusual
murder.
case,
See
I
the
suppose.
skull, the part of bone removed, the master race Frankenstein radio controls, the brain thoughts broadcasting radio, the eyesight television, the Frankenstein earphone radio, the threshold brainwash radio, the latest new skull reforming to contain all Frankenstein controls, even in thin skulls of white pedigree males, visible Frankenstein controls, the synthetic nerve radio directional antenna loop. Make copies for yourself. There is no escape.
Coconut gun, he's the leader of the bunch. You know his coconut gun is finally back. Search fire and spurts. His coconut gun can fire and spurts. If he shoots you, it's fire and spurts. His coconut gun is bigger.
What? And many are now living in London. Today we met 3 of them, although the educational charity which arranged
Rattle me bones! Rattle me bones! Rattle me bones! Take what he will, but you rattle me bones! Careful, my friend.
and asked to call him a house in northwest
Take me by the hand, lead me to the land that you understand. Ocean man, the voyage to the corner of the globe is a real trip. Ocean man, the crust of a tan man.
What 3 are hoping for is to be accepted and educated. The cost of education, housing and social care is adding up quickly.
You are like a baby. Unaccompanied children at the moment. We've got another 65 who are classified as care leavers because they've just turned 18.
What?
And at the moment, we're £2.5 million overspent, and that is £2.5 million.
Bloody murder!
To children.
So you're going to have to make cuts to other services.
There is no other way.
There's an estimate of how much this might add up to for all of London's boroughs.
That's one council. Multiply that by 32 councils, right? It's absolutely horrendous, isn't it? You know,
Bloody murder
67 million we could need.
You think it's money well spent?
What? For me, look, looking after even one child, right, spending £2 million is money well
Bloody murder
spending on that child.
What many at this meeting were calling for is the
Bloody
government
murder
to pick up this bill,
accidents.
although some people may question whether this should be a commitment at a time when other budgets are being cut. Tonight, the Home Office said they had substantially increased the levels of funding provided for the care of unaccompanied asylum-seeking children, and the rates paid are calculated using information submitted by councils. Gareth Furby, BBC London News.
Bogey cars!
Well, that's it for now from me, but let's find out what the weather's up to with Thomas Schaffenacker, and it's going to be nice tomorrow, Thomas.
Yeah, you said it. I've got good news tonight. Some lovely weather on the way for tomorrow. Clear blue skies, but clouds not far away. They'll be with us come the weekend, so enjoy the great weather tomorrow. It's clear and chilly this coming night, but one thing tomorrow, a bit of a fly in the ointment, as they say. Strong winds blowing out of the east to northeast tomorrow, so it'll just take that edge for that sunshine tomorrow. 11 degrees top temperature. The breeze is with us for Friday night. It's clear, so if you're out Friday night, the weather's absolutely fine. You leave your umbrellas at home. I know it's difficult to spot the difference, but believe you me, there's a lot of cloud on this map here. 10 degrees Celsius, I think, in central London on Saturday. So looking quiet. Let's have a look at the outlook now for the next few days. So you can see that lovely day on Friday, and then it's looking cloudy. Now it's Johnny Hammond with the National Outlook.
Good evening. Nice day coming up tomorrow for most of us. There's clear skies out there. In fact, red sky at night, shepherd's delight. That promises a fine day tomorrow, doesn't it? Well, it's not always true. For Kirkwall in Orkney, actually tomorrow is not going to be sunny. We've got an approaching weather front, so a lot of cloud across the Northern Isles. For the rest of Scotland, though, under clear skies, we're already into frost, quite a hard frost with some patches of freezing fog across Northern Ireland too. Further south, there's more breeze, keeping it milder at 6 or 7 degrees in contrast to that frost further north. In fact, across some Scottish glens, we're already down to what, -8, -9 degrees. So yeah, -10 possible. A severe frost in some Highland glens. It will be a very, very cold start to the day here, but a sparkling start. Lots of sunshine for most of Scotland and Northern Ireland, though some of those lingering freezing fog patches well into the day. That approaching weather front keeps it cloudy across the far north and into the far northwest of the mainland. Further south, plenty of sunshine, so plenty of variety. This is 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so there's cloudy skies, but milder conditions across the far north. Bright but chilly further south across Scotland and Northern Ireland. A bit more cloud to the east of the Pennines, as we've seen today, but for most of England and Wales, lots of lovely sunshine. Milder further south at 9 or 10, but still that blustery wind, particularly along the south coast. So 9 or 10 might not feel like 9 or 10 if you're exposed to that breeze. The breeze will keep it frost-free tomorrow night across southern areas. The approaching weather front will cloud things up across the other parts of Scotland. So the frost rather more limited, actually, as we get into Saturday morning. And that means the sunshine rather more limited on Saturday compared to Friday as well. Hopefully where you are, you'll see a bit of brightness, but it could stay a bit dull and a bit chilly and misty in some places as well. So slightly different as we head into the weekend, although it will stay mostly dry. It will be cloudier for a time, and that cloud could produce the odd spot of rain, but it will just be the odd spot, I think. That front continues to head southwards through England and Wales on Sunday. That front extends all the way across northern parts of Europe, in actual fact. It's quite an important dividing line. Behind that, we get another shot of cold air down through the heart of Europe, which is on the fringe of that, really, a glancing blow. But that cold front quite important in introducing clearer skies, and those clearer skies are going to waft towards us during the early part of next week. Away from the far northwest, we've got an approaching weather front. It does mean plenty of sunshine by day, but it's cold air under those clear skies. We'll see some fairly widespread frost at night as well. That's it for me. I wish you a very good night.
Lots to talk about next on BBC One. David Dimbleby's in London with Question Time.
Watch this. It is amazing.
The BBC and the OU. Inspiring learning.
You can see why humans value this so much.
Can have a significant impact on the rest of your life.
What happens next depends on us. With apps and digital extras online, the BBC and the Open University, bringing learning to life.
Tonight at the This Week Ambassadors reception, prepare to be spoiled. With
Just now the call, knock me off it!
Comedian Stuart Lee, political commentator Dan Hodges, and Tim Shipman from the Sunday Times. That's This Week, BBC One, after
Kiss
Question
me.
Time. Posh chocolate, anyone?
Kiss me.
So this week, just an hour away, followed by Britain's last deep coal miners on their last ever shifts at midnight. Now on BBC One, lively debate with David Dimbleby.
Welcome to Question Time, which tonight comes from South London.
Put this Spencer here.
And on our panel tonight,
Put this Ill
earlier today, and his place has been taken by Chris Leslie, former Shadow Chancellor himself. The leader of the Liberal Democrats, Tim Farron, the Professor of Economics at Sussex University, Mariana Mazzucato, and the businessman who backed Brexit and runs the family chain of well over 1,000 shops mending shoes, watches, jewellery, cutting keys, you name it, John Timpson.
Bloody murder accident.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, as ever, from home you can join Mr. Barron either on Facebook or on Twitter or by texting 83981. Our first question tonight from Brendan Clark, please, Mr. Clark.
The IFS say that in real terms, wages will be less at the end of this Parliament than they were in 2008.
Bloody murder accident.
Tim Farron.
No, it isn't. I mean, I guess the standout quote, memorable quote from the referendum campaign was from Michael Gove, where he said, "We've had it."
Bogey cars.
Bloody murder accident.
What we have in this supposedly post-truth environment, that people just shrug and say those figures.
Bloody murder accident.
Figures from the IFS, the government's own figures, the Office of Budgetary Responsibility, back them up. And what it means is that ordinary families right across the country, by 2020, will be £1,250 a year worse off than they are now. And the reason is, without one shadow of a doubt, Brexit and us heading for a hard Brexit. And the danger is that people like me, who say there's a £220 billion black hole in the budget because of Brexit, who point to this loss of wealth and of well-being of families around the country, will be called negative. But I'd say it's not negative to say
bloody murder accident.
Negative to say we don't
bloody murder accident.
On the ballot paper. It is positive to say
bloody murder accident.
It is positive to say
bloody murder accident.
Your say on the terms of the deal at the end, and if this doesn't look good for our country, for our families, for our business, we should have the right to remain.
So David Gauke, he attributes it entirely to the Brexit vote, whereas the IFS says worst decade for living standards, long before the vote was taken, since the last war, and probably since the 1920s. In other words, in 100 years. What's your view?
Well, the IFS analysis is the period from 2008 through to 2021. And, of course, at the beginning of that point, we had a very, very significant contraction to the UK economy, and that has fed through into living standards. So the big effect over that period was, in fact, the recession in 2008. In terms of the next few years, what the Office of Budget Responsibility said yesterday is that they anticipate real household disposable income, fair judge for living standards, actually to be 2.8% higher in 2020-21 than it is at the moment.
So the words, we cannot stress how dreadful this is. It's been the worst decade since the last
bloody murder accident.
That doesn't ring any bells with you. You don't recognise that description.
That's what the IFS said today. Over
But you don't
whole
accept it.
2000.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pointing out that a larger part of that is because of the impact
Bloody murder accidents
of the Great Recession. There's now the issue of what's going to happen over the next few years. Now, as I say, the OBR does think that living standards over that whole period are going to rise.
Bloody murder
but not for the next couple
accidents.
of years. They've been rising quite strongly in the last year or two, but 2017 will be a difficult year because inflation is higher and that eats into living standards. And Tim is right to the extent to say that the OBR analysis is that's because the pound is weaker and that has...
Do you blame Brexit for it?
Well, the OBR's analysis is that the weaker pound that comes from the Brexit vote...
Do you blame Brexit?
Well, look, in terms of these forecasts, they're coming from the...
Bogey cars!
I was a Remainer. I was a Remainer.
And you said,
so
you said
I
Brexit
think...
would push the UK into recession.
Bloody murder accidents.
Is that still your view as Chief Secretary?
Well, actually, if you...
said that. Do you still stand by it?
The Treasury said that, and look, I think what is striking is that the UK economy has been more...
Bloody murder accidents.
At the start. The Treasury analysis actually assumed that we would trigger Article 50 straight away.
Bogey cars!
The Bank of England wouldn't take the action that it did, and those two things have been different than have been excluded.
Okay.
The UK economy has done better than was expected, but it's not surprising that there are some uncertainties, and that does play through into the performance of the economy.
Bloody murder accidents.
Okay, the woman at the back there.
Yes, Tim Farron was talking about
Bogey cars!
a hard Brexit as opposed to a soft
Bogey cars!
our choice. But actually, Europe is so absolutely fed up with us. They're going to want to give us a hard Brexit because they won't want everybody else leaving in good terms.
Okay. Let's just come back to the question about the wages falling lower than they were in 2008. Mariana Mazzucato, what do you make of it? Do you think it's acceptable? Do you think it's inevitable?
It's absolutely not inevitable. It's a result of the choices that have actually been made in both the private sector and the public sector. We should ask ourselves, where does productivity come from? And of course, productivity is one of the lead potential factors that increase wages, as long as on the other side, of course, you also have
bloody murder accidents.
Higher wages. In fact, one of the problems is that even when productivity has been rising in the last decades, wages have not been keeping up with productivity. But just focusing a minute on
bloody murder accidents.
Is that, you know, inequality and what's been happening to lagging wages is something that has characterized the UK economy for 10 years. We have to ask ourselves why. Will Brexit help that? Will it hurt it? Why has productivity not been rising? Is it also a question of corporate governance? So profits, for example, in this country are at record levels. Investment is not. What is happening to profits inside firms? Are they not being reinvested back into production, back into the real economy, back into human capital formation, back into skills for the workforce that then can also adapt, for example, to technological change? And I would argue that the answer is no.
Do you think
it's
it's
a very problematic type of capitalism? There's varieties of capitalism.
Is it the worst decade? Sorry to interrupt you, but is it the worst decade since the 1920s? As the IFS
in
suggests?
terms of stagnance of real wages, yes.
Yes, it is. John Timpson.
I'm a bit worried that we're talking about lots of forecasts, which one thing's certain about a forecast is going to be wrong, one way or the other. And I don't think concentrating on that is particularly helpful.
Sorry, you mean just ignore them?
No. Let me continue. The day after the Brexit vote, which surprised everybody, I very quickly got messages coming back from the people working in our shops that they were worried because they were hearing from a lot of politicians, commentators, that
bloody murder accidents.
And they thought it was the end of the world. I sent an email out to everybody straight away saying,
bogey cars!
We're still repairing shoes and cutting keys, and you will still be successful if you continue to do what you've been doing by giving a great service. What we need is confidence. We need optimism. And these pessimistic forecasts aren't helping us.
But we weren't forecasting. We were talking about the last 10 years.
I'm sorry, I didn't take the point over there.
That we weren't forecasting. We were talking about what's happened in the last 10 years.
No,
That's not a forecast.
we started. The question was about the IFS, and also we talked about the Office of Budget Responsibility, which are forecasts, making assumptions of what's going to happen. One of the joys of business is you don't know what's going to happen. That's what's so interesting about it. You don't know what's going to happen next. And individually, it would help us a lot more to make the most of the
bloody murder accidents.
Attack it with optimism, not pessimism.
All right.
Because the government has got a really serious job to do to try and help everybody. Not just the people
Bogey cars.
out or the people who voted for in, but everyone to come up with the best answer for following the Brexit.
Okay. You said yes, in the third one. Okay. Yes, you.
I think an important point to make here is that whilst average wages have stagnated over the period that you've specified, pay at the top end has skyrocketed. And in fact, this year, FTSE 100 bosses get paid 200 times the average wage in the UK. Now, that's seriously bad for everyone. So that's something I think that should be addressed.
Yeah, I would agree. I think there's massive inequalities in our society, and these are some of the structural issues I think Mariana was alluding to. But look, these figures from the Institute for Fiscal Studies, as well as the ones from the Office for Budget...
bloody murder accidents.
...be pessimistic. They may actually be...
bogey cars.
...don't know yet about, for instance, the Brexit negotiation that the government says we're not allowed to know what its destination is. For example, will we still be able to have financial...
bloody murder accidents.
...passport their services into Europe, or will those products be illegal to sell into European countries at all? That could hit massively the revenues in tax that we get in from some big industries in this country, and that will, in turn, start that Brexit austerity even further on. Now, to a certain degree, if there is Brexit austerity, it's partly self-inflicted. It's what the country have voted for on this particular route. But I will not give up my right as a Member of Parliament and other Members of Parliament to
bloody murder accidents.
Form of Brexit, to protect jobs, to protect incomes, to stop this wages squeeze. And we're going to be arguing that all the way through to the triggering of Article 50.
Do you think it can be reversed in the way that Tim Farron suggests?
Well, personally, I don't think that the government do have a plan. When they say, oh, it's...
bloody murder accidents.
That's not what I asked you. I said, do you think it can be reversed in the way that Tim Farron
But
said?
my point is, if they don't come out with some transitional...
bloody murder accidents.
...edge in 2019, when suddenly our rights to trade may well be disappearing, then I do think we have to think about delaying even the triggering of Article 50 until we get the negotiations right. This is too important to rush into something, especially before we've got the French, the German, the Dutch elections. We don't even know who we're going to be negotiating with half the time in this European situation. So, yes, we've got to get this right, do it properly, the best possible way.
So, right, hang on. So, the Labour arguing a delay in Article 50. But the woman there in green on the left, I'll hear from one or two members of the audience, then come back to the panel and hear what you've got to say. Yes,
I agree with John Timpson in terms of I think the IFS are scaremongering. They're looking back, you should be looking forward, and you're going to have the hard with the smooth before it can get better.
But as Mariana said, of course, what they were describing was actually...
bloody murder accidents.
When they said this. You sit behind her.
I mean, Tim Farron, you need to hold your head in shame, because all you talk about is
bloody murder accidents.
The people have voted. You always talk about we didn't vote to be in the to leave the single market. Everything that is on the ballot paper, immigration, we would have to leave the single market. Taking our controlling our laws and parliamentary sovereignty, have to leave the single market. Taking control of our money, we have to leave the single market. Taking control of immigration, like I said, you've got to leave a single market. There is no doubt about it. That has to happen. For people like yourself to just walk across the will of the people, which we voted for by a majority, you have to accept that will of the people. Because it's just not...
Tim?
Yeah, well, first of all, that's your opinion, and you clearly wanted to leave the single market. Good for you. I cite to you David's colleague, Conservative MP, now ex-Conservative MP, Stephen Phillips, who resigned from Parliament, 3 weeks ago, because he, like you...
Bloody murder, accidents.
Millions of people out there who did vote leave did not vote to do that. My view is this: if you want to take back control, then what we should be doing is at the end of this process, I don't believe, like Chris suggests, I think, that Parliament should block leaving the European Union. I think Parliament should allow the British people a say on the terms of the deal at the end, so we go into this with our eyes wide open. You can't start this process with democracy in June and then end it with a stitch-up 2 years down the line. It's time to allow the people to decide that if, at the end of that process, they decide that what is in front of us is something they do not want, then we should be allowing the British people to vote to remain.
Okay. I'll come to you now. The woman in red there. Yes.
People know what they voted for, okay? Like, I know when people in the 70s and 70s they voted for the EEC, they wanted a single market, not a political union. I completely agree. It's got to get worse before it gets better. The pound actually didn't fall and wasn't as bad as what people they forecast.
Except don't forget that we haven't actually left the European Union.
I know, but people...
I mean, there's a lot of expectations, and I accept your point. A lot of people were fed up with the concept of some of the bureaucracy in the European Union. They wanted to leave the EU, and that was the result of the referendum. But don't think that the way that your government treats this will necessarily mean it's going to be all fantastic or all bad. It does matter how well they negotiate this. We've got to get them to focus on it. If you think you have confidence in the way that Theresa May and Philip Hammond and David are approaching this, well, you know far more than anybody else in the country, because so far their pretense, when they say we're not going to show you our cards, is in reality, I think quite obviously, they don't know what they're doing.
But then do you not think the government needs to work together and do something? The people have spoken. You all voted in favour of a referendum.
Bloody murder accidents.
Hold on, Tim. David Galt, what do you say?
Well, I think there's a lot in what you're saying there. I mean, as I say, I voted Remain. I wanted us to...
Bloody murder accidents.
...disappointed with the result, but it was the result. And we can't keep, we can't keep coming back to the British people and say, keep voting until you make the right decision. Yeah. And that, I fear, is the position. We've got to make the best of it. That does mean we want to be in a position to...
Bogey cars!
...to trade of goods and services with the European Union to a minimum, and that's got to be a key part of what we seek to do. But we should also remember the UK has got a lot going for it as an economy. We have got a very strong science base, for example. We've been investing more in research and development.
Bloody murder accidents.
That. We've got a very strong financial services sector that actually a lot of European Union companies want to have access to. We have got an opportunity to make a success of it. It isn't what I wanted, but it's what we've got. We have
bogey cars.
Is the pain that the IFS are describing, which you say dates back to 2008, is that in part because of the Brexit decision? Is it because of the increased government borrowing, not being able to spend as much perhaps as you would like to spend? Is that why the people that Theresa May talked about when she came into Downing Street that she wanted to help aren't really getting very much help?
Well, the IFS analysis, as we were saying earlier, covers from 2008 to
bloody murder accidents.
So do you think it's a combination? Is Brexit going to have a deleterious effect on people's living standards?
Well, the analysis of the OBR is that because inflation is higher than other
bloody murder accidents,
that will have an effect over that period whilst inflation is higher. But I have to say, as someone who was making the argument
bogey cars
risks for Brexit, that information was out there. It was in the public domain. Those arguments were put. I regret the fact that 52% didn't accept those arguments. But they didn't accept those arguments, and they made a decision.
Has Boris Johnson given you an apology yet for all of those promises he made about that extra money for the NHS? You remember the big red bus? You know, what we saw in the budget, in the autumn statement yesterday, and the IFS and the OBR have confirmed this, is an announcement that we're going to see £290 million a week worse off because of this
bloody murder accident.
Side of a bus.
But there, of course, there are two can play at the game, because also you said, on the other hand, in this thing. Do you remember this thing that came out just before the vote? Brexit budget, 30 million of tax rises. Fuel and alcohol duties were going up by 5%. They haven't. Income tax was going up by 2 pence. Higher rate by 3 pence. Health spending going to be cut by 2.5 billion. That was your side of the argument.
Well, they borrowed it instead. They put the borrowing £20 billion.
If the UK is...
Nobody can be trusted on what happened before.
If the UK economy is smaller than it otherwise would be, then that places a strain on the public finances. But we don't need to
bring in Mariana, yes. Sorry, Deb, Mariana.
So,
and then I want to come to more members of the audience. A lot of you have got your hands up, and I know you want to speak about this. Mariana.
Well, I think it's great that we actually began with the IFS figures, which again look back at the last 10 years, because if Brexit was the solution, and you're absolutely right, if people voted, we must take it seriously. If Brexit was voted as the solution, what was the problem? And perhaps the problem was that we didn't have a proper diagnosis of that problem, because if we actually look at then the prognoses, looking ahead, what we are going to see are potential, even worsening of these structural problems that we've seen for the last 10 years. Lagging productivity, lagging business investment. John was telling us that he invests when he sees an opportunity, and let's make Brexit an opportunity. Well, what we're currently seeing is investment actually potentially leaving precisely because what leads business investment are the expectations about where future market and technological opportunities are. We've just shrunk our market massively. We are potentially already losing the way to, for example, collaborate, and this was the lack of a positive vision, I think, by the way, during the whole Brexit campaign, to collaborate with our European neighbours in terms of a green transformation of the entire European region. This is something, by the way, that China is doing. China is spending 1.7 trillion on transforming their economy in a green direction. Germany has an energy van policy, which is not just about renewable energy. They're greening their entire economy. It's very hard to do these things just alone as a nation. We could have seen this as an opportunity, a business opportunity, to increase the dynamism of our country.
John Gibson, yeah.
Just explain how it creates an opportunity. Because business is about people. It's about ideas. It's not about a process. And you can't invent a process that's going to create the results. You've got to
bloody murder accident.
Business in a way that's going to create success. And I've seen this work. I mean, I give total authority to the people in my business to do what they think is right to do their job. It's the way we actually run our shops. And it's been fantastic. That's been the secret of our success, because that's the only way to give people great service.
But you're in a retail business, not exactly in big manufacturing or in scientific enterprise or in IT. You've got 1,400 shops. That's different, surely.
Never mind. And you might say it's very difficult to give people freedom to that level in that number of shops when they're all over the place.
But it's a question of whether it touches on what Mariana was saying.
Well, it does, you see, because fundamental to a lot of people who voted to leave the EU was the idea that they wanted to be in charge of their own decisions. They did not want to be told what to do by Europe. In actual fact, they don't want the laws to be replicated too much by Westminster either. By giving that freedom to businesses, they are then in a position to create success, create wealth. And it doesn't just apply, I have proved, to a cobbler. Just because we're a family business and we do something quite peculiar is not special. I've seen this work in a school. I've seen how letting teachers do what they actually came into the profession to do by being free to inspire the children in their class according to the
bloody murder accident.
National curriculum, but not specific against every dot and I that's sent by local.
Where does the capacity of the teachers come from? There was an investment into their own knowledge, the competence of the school in order to be structured in a particular way. These things don't just come out of thin air, right? They are cumulative. You know, they're part of a cumulative investment. So we're talking about investment.
Given the freedom to bring their personality.
Let's And then I'll come to the woman next to you. Yes.
I don't think it's right, actually. You're claiming there that everyone that voted for Brexit knew what they were voting for and that they voted for it anyway. Do you think all 17 million people knew that it was going to cost
bloody murder accidents
pounds when they voted for it? Because I don't.
Okay. And the woman next to you.
We keep talking about democracy and taking back control, but I really don't think a Prime Minister who we haven't actually voted for, who's now taking us to
bloody murder accidents.
Hard Brexit, which 48% of people, that is still democracy, 48% of people are still being ignored. She's not even willing to take it through Parliament. That is not taking back control.
All right. And the woman there.
I think the fact that you're saying that people voted for Brexit based on the idea that they wanted power, their control back in making their own decisions, rather than it being in the hands of EU officials, only gives power to the argument that the British population should be very much involved in the negotiations.
Bloody murder accidents.
We make this Brexit decision and what that will mean.
Okay, and you, sir, in the white there, yes.
I think the basic principle should have been that there should have been a plan, perhaps, of some sort. And
there's a thought.
You're nodding your head, but the basic point is... None of the political parties have said, the Conservatives have no plan, this is what we would do, this is how we would negotiate if the public are to say...
bloody murder accidents.
Yet, neither of you have said, this is what we would do, this is how we would negotiate, we would offer this and therefore get that back.
Well,
instead all you do is attack.
You're completely right. If you're going on a journey, it's sometimes good to know what your destination is.
Bogey cars.
And I think the plan is to...
bloody murder accidents.
Single market. Those other 27 countries, if we can't sell and export, to be in an even bigger hole than the IFS ever
the man up there
right now.
All right.
And we can do it if we build those alliances.
All right, man up there.
Yeah, I mean, just to go back to the point of an unelected Prime Minister, let's go back to the unelected European President. You know, there's also that, and there's also the fact that I think you're missing the bigger picture as well. We're not only trying to get Britain outside the EU, we're trying to collapse the whole EU in itself. We're trying to get country after country to leave, in which the EU is eradicated. Stop the EU is more like an EU SSR.
Okay, and you, sir, the front here.
The reality is, none of the three of you here and our own homegrown civil servants really understand how the European Union works. It is not a democracy. It is a dictatorship by the European civil servants. The MEPs are just cosmetic fronts. My solution to our problem now, if I were Prime Minister, which I'm not, but if I were, I would give 90 days notice to the European Union that we are going to declare a UDI, Unilateral Declaration of Independence, and then revoke our European Communities Act of 1972.
Okay, and you, sir, here. Thank you. Yes.
You just got
I don't think anyone can speak for how everybody individually voted.
Exactly.
58% of the 48% of the population decided they wanted to remain. Concessions need to be made. If the vote had gone the other way, we wouldn't be hurtling towards ever closer union. We realise that people actually have some things that they're not happy about the European Union. So let's move in the opposite direction. The people here that aren't being spoken for are the people who voted to remain. And you know what?
Bloody murder
Maybe we should
accidents.
focus on what they want a little bit as well, because it wasn't a landslide victory. This was not a very clear mandate.
And you, sir. Yes. Take a couple more points, then we'll go on.
Why don't we try and engage something? We used to have the Commonwealth. We are in the Commonwealth. Why can't we trade with the Commonwealth? We do not need a single market. There is no such thing as a hard or a soft Brexit. Out means out, and that is it.
Okay. Right. I think this question has come up ever since the vote, and I think we may move on now to another point. Damn it.
Can I just say one last thing?
One last thing.
On a positive note, because I was saying that we need a positive discourse as well. The environmental regulations have brought huge advance across Europe, and they would not have existed without the European Union. Workers' rights have been fought for, especially by the European Union. They were not fought for as strongly within the country. Just in terms of research financing, I'm an academic, 8.8 billion is what the UK has gotten from the European Union in the last 5 years. while they only contributed 5.4 billion. We have been net beneficiaries of the European Union, and perhaps some of these numbers should have been out there in terms of the positive story of why to remain, not just the threat of what was going to happen if we left.
Well, let's go on. We're halfway through the programme. We're going to be in Wakefield next week, and we're going to be in Maidenhead, Prime Minister's constituency, the week after that. So come either to Wakefield or Maidenhead. Take part in the discussion in the audience. I'll give the details at the end, but they are on the screen there if you want to note them down. That's next week, and then Maidenhead the week after that. Let's go on to this question. From Ryan Russell, please. Very important issue here. Ryan Russell.
Should the government put the national interest above party politics and appoint Nigel Farage as British ambassador to the United States?
So, David Gauke, you know the tweet from Mr. Trump saying he'd be the ideal person.
Well, I don't think we should appoint Nigel Farage as our ambassador. First of all, there isn't a vacancy. Second, the job of being an ambassador to a country involves rather more than just being on good terms with the head of state or future head of state. An advantage though it may be, there are other qualities that are also needed. For example, you do need to be a diplomat. And looking from the outside at the UK Independence Party, it would be fair to say that just because at one point Nigel Farage is on good terms with you,
bloody murder
doesn't mean
accident.
that's going to stay the case. Looking at Douglas Carswell, Suzanne Evans, Diane James, Stephen Wolfe, Neil Hamilton, in fact, pretty well every UKIP politician I can think of. So I think the national interest is probably in allowing Sir Kim Darroch to continue in his place. Of course, if Nigel Farage wants to be a sort of back channel, even then I'm not sure he's the right person. You know, sometimes there are people who work behind the scenes, sort of unobtrusively, providing information to the government, but I don't think you do that and then take a selfie every time. So I'm afraid I think Nigel Farage's use here might be quite limited.
Yep. John Jameson.
I think you've got to give it to Nigel Farage. He is entertaining. He's certainly made a name for himself. I actually quite enjoy the way he entertains us on the television,
murder
the way
accident.
he puts his own point across. But we can't really be serious about expecting him, as you say, is he a diplomat? Nor can he... I mean, it's not for Donald Trump to tell us who we should be sending over there anyway.
When Jack Kennedy was
that's
president,
true.
he asked for...
Bloody
David
murder
Harlech.
accident.
He asked Macmillan to send Harlech, and Macmillan did. Well, I think it was the best way of keeping him with the American president.
That is absolutely true, but I still don't think it's for Donald Trump to decide that he should appoint Nigel Farage. Although I just wonder what would happen if he did go there. It makes things even worse. I think Farage is.
You sat there.
To say, I can see that I will he's, you know, a kind of nice, lovable guy is terrible. He's increased racial tensions in this country. He's ruined this country. Racism has gone up, there's fights on the street, and it's to do with him, and it's made a fool of Theresa May, and there should be a general election, in my opinion.
Ryan Russell, you asked the question. What's your view? You say, should the government put the national interest above party politics?
I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to have a friend on the other side of the Atlantic dealing with the Trump team. A friend of the United Kingdom, should I say, which Farage clearly is, regardless of whether you think his politics is correct or not.
OK. Mariana.
Well, what are friends for, right? You don't just sort of suck up to your friends.
Bloody murder
from your friends. You have a real exchange, and I think that's the question. You know, what kind of exchange, what kind of relationship do we want between the UK and the US? And, you know, again, thinking positively, given that both countries are interestingly talking about investment, you know, there's this infrastructure talk in the US, there's a serious industrial strategy being discussed in the UK. both countries are talking about the people who've been left behind. It'd be very interesting if we had an ambassador, which we do have one, we say there's no vacancy, that could really strike an interesting, progressive conversation with the U.S., even just on those two issues there. Inequality, infrastructure, and investment. And does Farage have the quality to strike that relationship? I don't think so. If he does, he hasn't revealed those qualities. But I think that's very important. Ambassadors are not there just to go out and have a pint or just to be friends. I'm sure Trump has other friends that he doesn't need Farage for. What we really right now need between the UK and all sorts of different countries, especially because of Brexit, is really striking an interesting, opportunity-focused relationship and really changing the vocabulary through which we can talk to these countries. Precisely because
and you don't think that among the 4 million or so people who voted UKIP, there are those very people that you're describing, who Nigel Farage could represent? The people who got left behind, the people who feel discontented?
Well, I think this goes back to the previous conversation, which is why have these people been left behind? And if we look at Trump, he has actually benefited massively from the exact dynamics that have caused so many people to be left behind in the US. Whether it's the sort of tax dodging, the constant requests for taxes also to fall. And by the way, this country has just gone through another tax decrease of corporate income tax, even though the great entrepreneurs say they don't even look at tax, they look at opportunities. These kinds of dynamics of tax evasion, but also shareholder capitalism, which in the US has really grown wild, is precisely the kind of ills, if you want, that have produced inequality in this country as well.
All right, let me... I'll go to the woman up there, then I'll come to you, then I'll come back to the panel. Yes.
Personally, I think a lot of people are afraid of
bloody murder accidents.
And you, sir.
It's surely a topical question. I struggle even giving my point across because I don't really want to give Nigel Farage any more political oxygen than he already has.
So you don't want to mention his name, even?
Unfortunately, I had to. But,
to say it, all right.
Also to say that surely any endorsement from Donald Trump is an automatic disqualification.
Chris Leslie.
I don't know about you, but I still struggle with the concept that the Donald is President of the United States. And I don't know if you saw Nigel Farage was there. He's a man of the people in the Ritz. Before being flown, he was flown over there by Aaron Banks to see Donald Trump in his golden tower. When I heard that Nigel Farage might be moving over to the States, I thought maybe Thanksgiving had come a little bit early. But actually, there is a serious point. We do have to make sure that Britain isn't supine, that we are a sovereign country. We can stand up for ourselves. We can have good alliances, whether it's with Europe or with America, but we have to make sure we pick our person. That is our job, and that is the important role that a UK ambassador has to have. And by the way, if he is going to send a US ambassador to the UK...
Bloody murder accidents.
OK. Tim Farron. Tim Farron.
Yeah, I think the possibility of...
Bogey cars.
The United States is terrifying. I think it's extremely unlikely. But it terrifies me in particular because of what it would say about the United Kingdom. And the 52% of people who voted to leave, including loads of people I know, my constituency voted to remain. But I come from a few miles south, in Lancashire, where pretty much every constituency voted to leave. I'm going to play the class card. I reckon I'm the only working class party leader in this country. So I know loads of people who voted to leave the European Union, and they are almost all of them outward-looking, decent, tolerant people who just happen to disagree with me on the 23rd of June. Nigel Farage, the man who stalked racism and division in our country, does not speak for those people. Well, he might speak for you, but he does not speak.
Bloody murder accident.
Here or in May. What I want is British values to be projected across the world for good, as being outward-looking, decent, open and tolerant. However you voted on the 23rd of June, Nigel Farage does not speak for that kind of Britain. He doesn't speak for the Britain I know.
We must go on. I want to get 2 more questions in, if I can. Meena Agrawal, please. Meena Agrawal.
Should the NHS ask for patient ID to reduce the cost of treatment of patients not entitled to elective NHS treatment?
This was the proposal from the Department of Health, that you had to show a passport before you were treated, if you, not if you had an accident, but if you came over for special treatment. Mariana.
Well, as an economist, I would say let's make sure we look at both the costs and the benefits, and in a dynamic sense, both of those. I've been in the UK since 1999, been working here, paying tax here. I've had 4 kids here, had 4 kids in 5 years. I'm crazily reproductive, I guess, not just reproductive. Had them all in
Don't
London
need to let us into all your secrets, but...
No one ever asked me for a passport, and if they did today, if I showed them my Italian passport, what would it say? So surely the current ID that I have does not show that I've been paying tax in this country since 1999. So we would need another ID. Now apparently I hear that the Brits don't mind being CCTV'd every corner of the way walking around in the street, but they do mind this ID card issue. So I mean, there is the question of, will there be consensus about having an ID card? But also, you know, what will the cost be? And currently the cost, the actual shirkers, if you want, in terms of not paying back into the NHS, apparently the numbers, you probably know them better than I, it's between 200 and 250 million, is that right? And the cost.
Well, I was going to say, this, if we can properly enforce a regime here, it could be worth £500 million for the NHS. And that's the key thing. There is a system in place. Of course, nobody should need to produce ID if they're in a life-threatening situation. You just get on and treat somebody. I mean, that isn't what we're talking about. But if somebody is getting sort of more routine treatment, we have a set of rules. The question is, can we properly enforce
And would you show your passport then when you went to hospital? Is that your idea?
Well, if
I mean, who's going to be asked for passports?
I think all we're looking at
13% of Brits
all we're looking at the moment, I think there's a couple of pilot areas where there's been particular issues of not being able to enforce these rules terribly well. Is ways in which people can there's a question of sort of checking ID.
Yeah, but hang on. How do you? I mean, is there a racist overtone to this? How do you decide who to ask for their passport?
Well,
we say you wouldn't ask you.
We're currently looking at ways in which we can pilot this to test it. I mean, I think that's a fair question about racial profiling and so on. But we do have a system where this is a national health service. It is for people who are here, resident here, who pay into the system. You do need to deal with issues of health tourism and make sure that people do pay the right amount. Then the question is a practical one: how do you enforce that? And that's all this is about.
John Thompson.
I've got a totally selfish reason to be in favour of this, because part of my business takes passport photos, and we do and it would no doubt increase the turnover in our shops. But actually, that's not a good reason to approve this, because I do think the NHS needs as much simplification as possible. The last thing you want to do is add more and more systems and things. Let's just concentrate on getting it better for the people who look after patients. Keep it simpler and keep adding.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. I'm about to finish medical school, and I will never ask a patient for their passport. I think it's ethically reprehensible. And what I really struggle with is this idea of this £500 million. You'll never be able to raise that and convince doctors to ask patients for passports. But how much are you going to spend refurbishing Buckingham Palace? Is it £400 million? This is a disgrace.
So look, first of all, we called for an injection of £4 billion into the NHS in the autumn statement yesterday. Instead, we got not a penny for the NHS, and we got instead a £4 billion giveaway in corporation tax to wealthy people who do not need it. That's the thing we should have been doing yesterday in the autumn statement. If there is a case, and there will be a case, for recouping from some people NHS costs, those people who were not entitled to it free at the point of use, some people from overseas, then the NHS should go about doing that in a proper way. But this is not the way to do it, and this is very clearly... See, I think David is an incredibly decent man. He's most people's favourite Tory. He's a very decent, moderate individual.
You've spoiled it for him now.
Your future is finished, I'm afraid. But the reality is, the Tory party has been taken over by, frankly, right-wing English nationalists in the same way the Momentum has taken over the Labour Party. And this is all about Theresa May playing to that gallery. The same way that she told businesses that they would have to produce a list of foreign workers. The same way that our schools are asking parents to prove where their children were born in this country or otherwise. And the same with this awful passport rule. The thing is this, I want my teachers to teach, I want doctors to make people better, and I want border security people to deal with border security. That is how we should deal with this.
But Tim, first, thank you for your kind words, but secondly, more importantly, if you accept the principle that we have got to recoup costs that are incurred when they shouldn't be incurred, then you do have to start wrestling with some of the practicalities. You know, you do. And I mean, this is comments by the Permanent Secretary for the Department of Health of just asking questions about how do you
But this is
practically
clearly
do it.
a gimmick, this is about sending a dog whistle. No, it's a foghorn, it's not a dog whistle.
The reason why this story is in the news, because the questions, as I understand it, questions asked of a civil servant just dealing with the practical points of how do you ensure that we actually check this. Because, quite rightly, the government and the health service would be criticised if we had a set of rules that were not properly enforced. Because this is serious money that gets ploughed back into the health service, and we shouldn't be leaking money in this way.
Other European countries recoup money in this way, and they do not do it in that kind of blatant, sensationalist way. This would be
how do they do it? Then you said you had a better scheme. How would you do it?
In the rest of
you said the Liberal Democrats had a scheme.
No, the European Union.
Earlier on you said we have a scheme to do it better. How would you do it?
We said we put £4 billion extra into the NHS.
No, but you said you had a better scheme for getting the money back from people who weren't entitled to have it.
Well, I said other countries in Europe do it, and they do it far more effectively than we do it, and they don't by making sure you have people's details and you follow them up afterwards. The reality is most people who use the National Health Service are living and working in the United Kingdom. It's worth bearing in mind that people who are migrants to this country are more likely to be paying taxes on average than people who are born in this country.
So you don't think there's such a thing as health tourism?
Well, there will be some, but this is
not
the way
what
to
this
deal
is
with
about.
it.
It's not about people who live here.
It's about sending a dog whistle to those people who don't think they should be there in the first place.
The woman at the back there, yes, had her hand up for some time. Yes, you.
Hi. I don't agree with the Lib Dem leader. I do think that although, yes, majority of people do live and work here and do contribute towards the NHS, I don't think it's fair for people to come in and use services that they don't contribute towards. I just don't think it's fair. I think we need to find a happy medium where, people do contribute and they can gain from it, because I would be happy enough to pay for someone for them to receive cancer treatment rather than someone just coming in and taking without putting in the first place.
Okay.
Bloody murder!
Yes, you, in blue.
In my opinion, there's no such thing as a moderate...
Bloody murder accidents.
6 years, your government, alongside with the Liberal Democrats, have been dismantling the NHS, and now this thing of ID cards is moving us closer to the American system, where our country stands for having healthcare free at the point of service, and that's something I'm incredibly proud of, and both of your parties are responsible for the state that NHS is in today.
All right, and the man up there.
Bloody murder.
We all love the health service, we get incredibly emotional about it, but the short and sweet is, these things cost money, and you need to look after them and manage them just like any other resource in the country. One suggestion was mooted ages ago. We wouldn't charge people at the point of use, but Why don't we just give people a bill? We say, this is what it does cost, and people would start valuing the money that it costs. You're not charging them, you're just making it transparent, so we all start to care a bit more about what these things cost.
Chris Leslie.
So, I think this is a really valuable discussion because there are sort of two competing issues here. On the one hand, I would agree, I don't...
Bloody murder accidents.
Bureaucrats and having to go through some expensive, convoluted checking system, you know, for entitlements. But on the other hand...
Bloody murder accidents.
That, I think, is a fundamental principle of the welfare state and our National Health Service. So, you know, I personally never really had that much of a problem with...
Bloody murder accidents.
Through at the time, people said, well, maybe you could do some voluntary arrangement, but that kind of defeated the purpose. So I'm afraid I'm going to be a politician today that says I don't know the full solution to this one. I know that probably will kill my career, but I think balance these two aspects up. I want to make sure that the contributory principle is supported, but I also want to make sure that we have that great, fantastic, cherished principle of the NHS.
Bogey cars.
That when the need is there, when people have to be treated, they can get it, and we don't have to think about, you know, people's backgrounds and their income.
All right. Briefly, if you would.
Just one question. What's wrong with a bit of common sense? I mean, the NHS is free at the point of use, so it's very important that we make sure that only those entitled to use it freely should be allowed to do so. I mean, it's not racist to ensure that our generosity is not being abused.
Mariana, briefly, wants to say... No, just very, very quickly, if you would,
yes,
Mariana.
I mean, I think that this conversation would be very different if for the last 7 or 8 years we had actually been investing in the system and cared for it, and then also wanted to make it more efficient, precisely the way that you just mentioned, which I think is absolutely correct. The problem is that we're talking about this in a specific situation where the NHS has not only been cut in terms of the actual healthcare services, but also...
They didn't mention it in the autumn statement.
Well, we put £6 billion in this year.
The fundamental thing is it needs more. I think we have to be honest with the British people at some point very soon that if it involves increasing taxes to pay for a decent health and social care system, we have to be honest with the British people. Otherwise, we will not give people
bloody murder accidents.
OK. Now, we've got a long time's up. Some from people who have already spoken. Very briefly from you, ma'am. You've had your hand up for a bit, and then I want to take a last question.
OK. I was 27 years nursing at the bedside in NHS hospitals. I've been thinking back, and successive governments have not invested in the NHS. And I think there's more important things you need to be thinking about than health tourists. You've got to settle the problem with the junior doctors, and I hope they won't go on strike again. I was being left in Oxford running hospital wards when I was about 19 or 20. We were working 42.5 hours then. And I think it was Labour who cut our hours, but also our pay went down.
So, not wanting to disrupt your story, are you saying this is a trivial issue compared with...
Yes, it is, because there's 4 hospitals in south-west London, one of them's under threat.
And of course...
My hospital was by the... by Labour...
Yes.
Became PFI, and I left.
OK. Well, we were talking about that one issue, and I think we've got that clear. I want to take this last question, because we've only got 5 minutes left. It's from Tony Kurtzer, please. Tony Kurtzer.
Tony Blair said there are millions of effectively politically homeless people in the UK. Is he right?
Politically homeless people. Tony Blair appears to be flirting with the idea of getting back in some way into British politics. Chris Leslie, would you welcome his return, and do you think he...
Well, I mean, I think Tony Blair served this country as Prime Minister. He is a a figure who I think, certainly provokes lots of reaction, but I am very proud of what the Labour government did in our time in office. When you think of the achievements, especially we were just talking about the NHS, massive increases in the resources, the cutting of the waiting lists, and so I think if he has something to contribute in terms of how this country should go forward, anybody would want to
But you're
see
dodging
that.
the question. He says millions of people are politically homeless. You're a Labour MP. Do you think there are millions of people that you're not touching?
I mean, it's...
What?
The Labour Party. There is a discussion going on within the Labour Party about how we should position ourselves versus the Conservatives, because ultimately it's a choice between a Conservative and a Labour government. I want to make sure that Labour is as fit as possible to win the next general election, and I will continue to fight for what I regard as
bloody murder accidents.
Inequalities and the disadvantages in society, but also we are capable and credible to be a government which cares about economic responsibility, which defends national security.
Okay.
And those are the issues that are going on right now within the Labour Party.
What? John Timpson, as a non-MP, do you think there are people who are politically homeless in this country, and that Tony Blair might appeal to them? The centre centre's empty, in other words?
I'm sure there are plenty of people who do not feel they're properly represented. I'm not suggesting that Tony Blair is the person to take up their cause. The people I'm thinking about are people who've got problems which really...
Bogey cars.
Money. One of the problems, I've seen it quite a lot as a foster carer, and the fact that we employ a lot of people come out of prison. I've seen the problems that happen by not having a unit of the family, not having strong societies where people knit together with neighbours. And we've got a massive problem in this country, which is due to drugs, it's due for people lending money, whether it's payday loans or any other loans, which are ruining people's lives. And there is a lot... This is nothing to do with money. And there are a lot of people, a lot of them do finish up in prison, and a lot of them people who actually were looked after as children, and they go through life with attachment problems, and we want somebody to look after them.
All right. I'm going to have to hurry us along, because I'm told we only have a couple of minutes left. David Gork.
Well, I think there are a lot of people who feel politically homeless, perhaps, if you like, traditional Labour voters, and what's driving this is what has happened to...
Bogey cars.
Under Jeremy Corbyn. Clearly the Labour Party has moved off to the far left, that they are not in touch with the values of the vast majority of people who've traditionally voted Labour. What I would say to those people is that if you want a party that wants to ensure that the country works for everybody, then look at the Conservative Party and Theresa May.
OK. Tim Farron, as long as you promise not to say exactly the same thing.
Well,
for the Liberal Democrats.
I won't be asking people to vote Conservative, no. So I am not a massive Blair fan. I think his leadership of this country into the Iraq war, which was both illegal and counterproductive, is a stain on our country's reputation.
Bloody murder accident. Bloody murder accident. Bloody murder accident.
But he put together a coalition, let's call it, which ended 18 years of Tory rule. And then he got into power, and he invested in health services and in education, and he brought
Bogey cars.
tax credits, because that's what happens when you can build a party that can win elections to defeat the... I find it most appalling now, looking across at the Labour leadership that clearly Chris is not part of, is if you say you're on the side of the poor and on the NHS and the homeless...
Bogey cars.
...who are struggling to get by, and you deliberately make yourself the most unelectable official opposition in British history, you let all of those people down.
Thank you, Tim. Mariana... I mean, we've overrun. I almost have to stop us, but just very, very briefly.
So in 2015, when Labour lost the election, Tony Blair said, we lost because we did not embrace the wealth creators. I think that's why people, at least on the left today, are politically homeless. We need a new theory of where wealth comes from. It's collectively produced through the public sector, workers, private actors, of course, and they really need to be focusing today on these opportunities that we've been talking about, which are lacking. But we need a new understanding of wealth creation as opposed to just focusing on the distribution of wealth through some sort of tax scheme. We have to have a collective understanding of where wealth comes from, and Tony Blair did not provide that, and that's why there's many homeless.
Thank you very much. I'm really sorry to those of you who have your hands up and want to speak. To you in particular. I mean, it's like this every week. I can't bring 150 people in and 5 panellists, but I do my best. Time's up. We're going to be in Wakefield next week. Alan Johnson is going to be with us for Labour. Ruth Davidson, the Scottish leader of the Tories, for the Tory party. The week after that, we're going to be in Maidenhead. So come to Wakefield, come to Maidenhead, go to the website to apply. There's the number, 0330 123 9988. If you're listening on Radio 5 Live, this debate carries on Question Time, Extra Time, but here my thanks to our panel, to all of you who came to what we're calling South London, Tooting in fact. Thank you all indeed. No, not Tooting, you say. Shouting, not Tooting. We are in Tooting. What? Earlsfield. Wandsworth. Have your own way. Thank you all for coming. Until next Thursday from Question Time. Good night.
Bloody murder accidents.
So tune to 5 Live for further debate now, or stay with us here on BBC One for more
Bloody murder accidents.
On This Week.
4, 3, 2, 1.
We are resilient. We are influential. We are creative.
We are pioneering. We are storytellers.
Together, we are the 100 Women.
In a series of programs, we explore the challenges, opportunities and experiences of women around the world. 100 women across the BBC World Service, on digital radio and online.
Wanting something to be true doesn't make it
4,
true.
3, 2, 1.
What? The epic series finale. The Missing. Concludes Wednesday at 9.
Confound!
Hard to see it from this angle.
Will you keep your eyes to yourself? I saw you.
Don't you worry. The true story of a killer. Very pretty.
Thank you.
Did you follow me home, Mr. Austin?
The man he found.
What did you do to her?
I think you killed her. What? And the most notorious address in British crime history. Let's on the bodies. Brand new 3-part drama, Rillington Police, starts Tuesday at 9 on BBC One.
The HR manager writing 439 redundancy letters, including one for himself, bringing the once proud industry to a close. BBC One joins the last miners of Britain's last deep coal mine in 45 minutes. After High Octane this week.
Tonight on the This Week Grand Tour, speed, adrenaline, fast cars and political punch. Commentator Dan Hodges goes on a journey to Statue Bill's roots.
I tell you, this motor, she's a proper Brexit beauty. And the best thing, now you can get her on HP. Because borrowing back in fashion.
Tim Shipman from the Sunday Times rounds up an old banger of a political week.
Frankly, with the autumn statement, Brexit and Trump, it's all been a bit of fun.
Road rage gets the better of Michael and Liz. And get ready for the handbrake turn. Comedian Stuart Lee
Are we there yet?
tells us to mind our manners. Our travelling tent is ready. We're all insured, I think. So let's hit the gas, because I only travel in the fast lane. And prepare for the most expensive piece of television ever made, the This Week Grand Tour.
Be ready to
Evening all, welcome to This Week. And we begin with a financial update from our owners. This Week Incorporated, headquartered at P.O. Box 37,452, Tortola, British Virgin Islands. And let me say, if you're ever in the BVIs, please come and visit. You'll be surprised to discover that our HQ is an empty P.O. Box with a Gone Fishing sign hanging from it, which only illustrates our commitment to keeping corporate overheads down and the work-life balance right. But I digress. Our chief accountant, Spreadsheet Phil, has this week explained when he said way back in 2010 that we'd bring revenue and spending into balance by 2015, what he clearly meant was that he'd increase our total debt from under £1 trillion to over £1.6 trillion, and to hell with any of this balanced budget nonsense. And when last year he said that it was now company policy to balance the budget by 2020, that obviously implied raising our extending liabilities to £2 trillion, which is a nice round figure, too big for anybody really to understand. As he explained yesterday, circumstances have changed. Michael's Brazilian shirts are more expensive for the fall in the pound. The BBC cut our budget to make the new Top Gear such a success. Who can complain about that? We now have 2 dogs rather than 1 to look after. It's expensive drug habit to feed as well. Now, to those of you who bought shares in This Week Inc. in the belief that balancing the budget, reducing our debts were legally binding fiduciary promises rather than just vague aspirations to ramp up the stock market, Spreadsheet Phil has 2 words for you. Tough titty. Which I guess is some kind of arcane financial instrument accountants are always going on about. Anyway, for those of you who think our corporate position somewhat precarious, I can assure you there are those who regard us as an attractive acquisition. There are rumours of takeovers, bids in the works from McDonnell Corbin Limited, a mega Marxist conglomerate based in Islington. Apparently their business plan involves borrowing another £500 billion on the sound basis that since we're already £2 trillion in the red, who's gonna notice? Genius. Speaking of those who owe a debt to the public that is never likely to be repaid, I'm joined on the sofa tonight by the South Sea bubbles of late night political chat. Liz, hashtag 4% Kendall, Michael, hashtag Choo Choo Portillo. Your moment of the week, Michael. Let me have a cough to clear my throat.
President-elect Trump's latest humiliation of the British government by proposing that Nigel Farage should be the British ambassador to Washington. Now, it was thought that Donald Trump was very pro-British, and I think he is, and he's pro-Brexit. But this does not imply that he's pro-British government, because the British government is another establishment, and he is, of course, the anti-establishment figure. And there's not a person in the Foreign Office, I don't suppose, who wanted to see Trump victorious. Of course, our Prime Minister was actually pro-Remain, not pro-Brexit. The Chancellor was heavily pro-Remain. The Foreign Secretary was pro-Brexit, but of course he's very anti-Trump. He's got a whole list of things he said about the President. And so I think there has been this error in believing that Donald Trump being pro-British would help the British government. He has no interest in helping the British government.
That orange jacket's put life into your moment, hasn't
Yes.
it? You'd wear it more often. As long as you warn us in advance so we can put on our sunglasses. Liz?
Very different. It's Francois Fillon's quite significant win in the first primary round for the French presidential election. Unfortunately, with the Socialists doing so badly in the polls, whoever wins the nomination on Saturday is likely to be up against Le Pen, and that is a hugely important election, not just for France, but for the rest of Europe.
It is, and it's not quite clear yet. I mean, it's clear Mr. Fillon will probably be the Republican. It's clear probably the Socialists will get knocked out. And then it's on to the National Front against the Republicans.
Absolutely.
Interesting times. Now, Spreadsheet Phil wasn't always chained to his desk, colour-coding Excel rows and columns. A long time ago, back when you, dear viewers, were just a twinkle in your father's eye, our Phil was out wheeling and dealing, not in triple locks or OBR forecasts, but motors, the wheels of our economy. Think of him as the Arthur Daly of his day. Young Phil knew his Ford Fiesta from his Bugatti. One was a clapped-out British car, he explained, the other an American-Italian sandwich. Clearly, Spreadsheet wasn't cut out for the motor trade, so he ended up in politics. Mail on Sunday's Dan Hodges was determined to try some method acting to really get into Spreadsheet's head, understand the autumn statement in the context of his personal journey. Run the tape.
Let's say
What?
Hello, sir. Have I got a deal for you? Look at this little beauty. About 2 trillion on the clock, but you don't need to let that worry you. And you know what she's really great at? U-turns. Have a look yourself. Lovely, isn't she? The audit of the government books saw Philip Hammond accelerating away from a commitment to balancing them by 2020 and putting in place an entirely new set of fiscal rules. The 2015 election was defined by one the deficit. But now the deficit is moving on to whenever the bank goes on its country speech, he accused of being entirely unfit. Now trying to get him.
Wanna keep me cool and face your parents and your power engine.
That's why Philip Hammond decided to release the handbrake. He thinks our issue
I see the crowd decide for me to
let me motor down.
cool and face your parents and your power engine.
But like a clapped out banger, the Labour just keeps snorting along. So a new dividing line has opened up. With the Labour Party now irrelevant, it's Theresa May and George Osborne that sit on opposite sides of a political and fiscal dividing line that will define the next decade. Theresa May successfully steers through the Brexit, then it's likely that Osborne will be
To our new friends at Harrington's of Fulham for allowing us to film their car dealership. They, of course, don't sell old bangers. They've never even heard of Arthur Daly. Dan Hodges joins us now. Welcome
Bogey
to the programme.
cars.
Michael, can this really be said to be an autumn statement that prepares Britain for Brexit?
It is. It shows a great deal of caution. I mean, the Chancellor has chosen to follow the logic of the forecasts that have been published by the OBR, and that has led him to spend money on infrastructure, but also completely to revise, and I entirely agree with Dan on this, completely to revise the deficit profile. But, you know, what we had after June the 23rd was as great a change, or a greater change than we normally have when the government changes between one party and another. The change from David Cameron to Theresa May, from George Osborne to Philip Hammond, has been a complete change of government, and we now have an absolutely different policy. And I sympathise a lot with what Dan said in the film, and I've felt the frustration myself. The fact is that governments are allowed to do almost whatever they want, because as soon as they do it, it is kind of believable. Whereas oppositions are always struggling to say, you know, we'd like to borrow a bit more, and people say, you can't possibly do that. But the government always has the permission to do it. And so the frustration that you feel, that the opposition must feel, is actually a frustration that all oppositions feel, because the government can get away with virtually anything. And actually, you know, the autumn statement has been pretty well received by the markets and the press.
Well, now that the Tories are converted to borrow to invest, where does that leave Labour?
Look, I think the budget, the autumn statement, has failed to deal with the two long-term underlying problems in the economy. First, that growth isn't fairly spread across the country, and second, that many people's wages have been stagnating and are set to stagnate even more. Then you've got the triple whammy, is what's happening on Brexit now. You know, forecasts are notoriously difficult to make, but even if they're in the ballpark of what the ABR has said. An additional £58 billion worth of borrowing to pay for Brexit is a huge hit to the economy. So I don't think he took the long-term decision.
So let me come back to my question. Now that the Tories are converted to borrow to invest, what is it?
It's right that they want to borrow to invest in capital and
So
infrastructure, but they are not investing in the infrastructure, I believe, in the right parts of the country or the right way, and many of their decisions are going to hit the just about managing group that Theresa May says she wants to help. That's the real problem.
Where does it lead?
Well, I mean, Labour is still where it always is, and it's absolutely nowhere. I mean, I think we have to be clear. I mean, that should have been the statement that cost the Tories. I mean, that should have been Theresa May's Black Wednesday. I mean, as we were, you were both saying, that's an absolutely staggering fiscal and political U-turn. But again, Labour is not in a position to exploit it. The same reason why Edmund Labannon had always been in a position to exploit the previous government. Because whatever the government says, Labour cannot get out of this mindset of saying, right, whatever you're going to spend, we're going to spend billions more. I mean, I think John McDonnell's current figure is £5 billion. And that's why Labour cannot accept what should be the fundamental weakness of the government, is fiscal confidence.
How please a country got this right? It really makes sense that there's a whole fiscal strategy for the next 5 years. On forecasts, there are no more than estimates. There's so much uncertainty around. Even the OBR says that they only have 50% chance of being right. This is a sensible way to proceed.
Well, I remember when I was in the Treasury, right start, all Treasury reports are 50% wrong. You're really on to it. Are they 50% too high or 50% too low? Which one silent? Because, of course, yes, we know they're wrong, but we don't know how they're wrong. I mean, it may be this information is much better. But it may be much worse than has been said. Now, what does the Chancellor do since we understand the I think, being a new Chancellor, he would be pretty foolish to ignore the forecast and say, well, I'm going to take a much rosier view. So although everybody knows that the forecast is wrong, since we don't know in which way it's wrong, I suppose the forecast is as rational a position as any other.
Well, if the forecasts are right, this Conservative government by 2021 will have presided over a decade of no wage growth in real terms. No wage growth higher than inflation, which is remarkable, unprecedented in modern times, and not good for the people Mrs. May keeps on talking about. And yet it looks like it pays no political price for that.
Well, that's what Labour needs to do, to make them pay a political price for it. And you say, you can't trust the forecast, but you can trust experience. And we know that the Tories have failed to hit their borrowing and debt targets. We know that we have already seen wages stagnate actually since before the financial crash. We know that the only two regions in the country whose GDP has got back to pre-crisis levels is London and the South East. We need a big push out to the other regions. And we know they say they're going to invest in infrastructure. It doesn't come on board. They don't build the housing. And actually they cancel railway and other infrastructure projects.
So why are they saying
Because I think over the last 5 years they were more trusted on the economy than Labour was. And that's why over this Parliament we have to make sure that they do pay the price of their past failures, but also this cost of Brexit, the £60 billion cost of Brexit. And I think that is the most important bit, and actually where the divide in the Tory party is. You're already seeing reports of the Tories who voted Remain really in fury over these forecasts. With reports tonight of people like Vicky Morgan and other...
She's always in fury.
Well, and perhaps rightly so.
Right, who else?
You see that people like Anna Soubry, all of those who come out. But why does that make it any less relevant?
No, but I'm looking for some new names rather than new.
Well, some of us stick to what we think and believe, and they are extremely angry about these forecasts forecast and what a threat is for the future.
If the government went another 3.5 years with no increase in real wages, I think there would be danger that it would pay a political price, and particularly since the Prime Minister has committed herself to help the people who are just about managing. Therefore, of course, the temptation to have a general election earlier than that is enormous.
You see, Mrs May has made a lot about these just about energy. She talked about the steps of Downing Street, she's talked about it in the Tory conference, the CBI. But you look at this autumn statement, there's next to nothing for the just about managing.
No, I mean, I think, and that's the thing. If you look at what the IFS said today, I mean, they were very specific that actually he put the there is an increase in spending on education, which is quite a significant amount. It's going into infrastructure. It's not going into sort of alleviating pressure on jams. And I think that's because we've learned something else from this autumn statement. You know, there has been this debate about whether post-Brexit people were being too pessimistic, and whether some of the figures. Philip Hammond has shown us precisely what Philip Hammond thinks is going to happen. He thinks Brexit is going to be an albatross around the neck of the British economy, and that's why he's going
Bloody
to
murder accident.
Because he thinks he needs to put that floor under the British economy.
But if inflation rises, if mortgage rates follow, politically toxic, and living standards are squeezing the way we've been talking about, maybe Labour has a bigger chance.
We'll have to see. But as I said, there is no evidence yet. I mean, obviously we've had the post-Brexit scenario. Theresa May's, just out of sight in terms of the opinion poll rating. And as I said, Labour cannot get itself into a position where it can exploit the King's difficulties on this, because Labour simply does not have any credibility itself on the economy.
We are using forecasts from the sort of people who told us there would be a medium-term recession if we voted to leave, collapse in house prices, 500,000 lost jobs. There will be a forecast today shows lower growth, no recession, no collapse in house prices, no 500,000 lost jobs.
Yes, there won't. I mean, we've covered that already. The forecast is incredible, but we don't exactly know how it will be incredible. But I think there is some political danger over a 3.5-year period if Theresa May doesn't find a way of helping the jams. And of course, you know, we'll have a budget in the spring and that may look very differently. But meanwhile, you know, the Labour voter is being, you know, the rag that's being waved at the Labour voter is immigration. And I think, you know, there is great peril that Labour voters are going to go over to the Conservatives in northern seats. And if she can keep immigration in front of their faces, perhaps they won't think too much about the economy.
We shall see as the months go ahead. Dan, thanks for being with us.
Well done, little backslide Dan.
But if, like us, you find all this kiss and tell a bit nauseating, you're in luck. Comedian and columnist Stuart Lee is waiting in this salubrious This Week green room to set us all straight as he puts manners in our spotlight. An ironic choice, perhaps, considering his recent incendiary and inappropriate comments about Molly the dog. And if you were wondering what all those Labour MPs could possibly have been doing on their phones during John McDonnell's reply to the autumn statement, the truth is they were all racing to Molly's defence. Like them, we encourage you to join our hacktivism, start the Snapchatter, fire up the Facebook, let's get a Twitter nado going. We're using hashtag Mollydarity. Now, Liz, Michael and I have some news. We've been asked to leave the BBC. I know it's amazing we've lasted so long, but it came to a head when a producer told old Porty here that he couldn't order the Blue Nun Special Reserve with his
bloody murder
accident. And the whole thing resulted in an unfortunate fracas. But mercifully, we've been given a lucrative online contract. So this programme will be bigger and even blander than before. It's a dramatic development that got political petrolhead Tim Shipman firing on all cylinders. Here's his political roundup of the week.
Welcome to this grand tour of the week.
Bloody murder
There'll
accident.
be plenty of high-octane May and Hammond, but sadly the BBC can't afford Jeremy Clarkson anymore, so they found another overweight, white, middle-aged man to do the job instead.
Bloody murder accident.
not just the BBC that's short of money either. The country's struggling too, according to Press Chief Phil, whose figures would rather be questioned.
Today's OBR forecast is for growth to be 2.1% in 2016, higher than forecast in March. In 2017, the OBR forecast growth will slow to 1.4%.
Turns out the shops are maybe more than generous than we thought. We're quickly able to swerve around commitment to eradicate the deficit by 2020.
In view of the uncertainty facing the economy, based on slower growth forecasts, bloody murder seems to deliver a surplus in 2019. Bloody murder. Bloody murder. It's gonna be suicide. We had a month of free feeling really deep in my soul. Those people who are called just about managing. Why are they just managing? It's the result of Tory imposing austerity on the economy. Bloody murder.
What?
Travel we did get this week was from Prime Minister's Questions, where Jeremy Corbyn criticised the government for telling patients that they needed to show their passports before getting treatment.
What?
The last census showed us that 9.5 million people in this country don't have passports. Rather than distracting people with divisive and impractical policies, could the Prime Minister provide the NHS and social care with the money that it needs to care for the people who need the support?
But Mrs May was not knocked from her saddle.
What?
We want to make sure that those who are entitled to use the services are indeed able to see those free at the point of delivery, but that we deal with health tourism and those who should be paying for the use of our health service.
Another thrilling exchange there between the Prime Minister and the chief rival. The perfect steed for the last leg of the Grand Tour.
What?
One person who's definitely on the starting grid is Nigel Farage, whose love affair with the Donald hit new heights this week when the President-elect said he should be our new ambassador in Washington.
Bloody murder accident.
Well, I'm very flattered by it. I'm very flattered
Bloody
by it.
murder.
Surprised by it. It was a bit of a
What?
I wasn't expecting it for a moment.
What?
It shows he's got something.
What?
I think I can make it now.
Bloody murder.
So if he's not going to Washington, what do we do with naughty Nigel?
Bogey cars.
He loves his country casual clothes. He's occasionally rude to foreigners. Perhaps a job on Top Gear or the War beckons.
And we'd like to thank Amazon Prime Video for the use of their footage.
Bloody
for 5
murder
seconds we used.
accident. Bloody
Equivalent
murder
to our
accident.
Extraordinary plenipotentiary, the man who is single-handedly responsible for the sky
Scotland forever!
Combine harvester. Combine harvester. I can't play the bagpipes anymore, so here's an obligatory key change. Go!
It's square.
What the fuck is going on?
I'm not sure.
How was it even possible to do a stream and at the same time have this playing in the background?
I don't know.
So many brain cells. It's impossible. I cannot comprehend his amount of brain cells.
Hey guys, hey. What's 9 plus 10?
11 something.
Unfunny meme.
Actually it's 21.
Murder.
What?
It's square.
You guys
Yeah.
lost.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that because of the gas, you know.
I and Brew are giving you the chance to
Well,
win a fantastic trip to our wonderful
criminal
Brew
today.
Island. So, we're getting everything ready. We've got crystal clear water. The sun.
It was decent, thanks.
Very lovely.
Bye-bye.
To win a
Hey, is this actually on the stream?
grab a
I'm
special
not...
Iron Brew.
Wait. It might be, I can't tell, it's too loud.
Yeah, that sounds true.
This is weird.
Good haul.
Senga. So, Senga, you come here often?
Why? Wee ones love the crash. Destiny! Billy John, pack in!
Nice. Strong jeans.
So, what are we going to call her?
Fanny. I want to call her Fanny.
We can't call her Fanny. Fanny, eh? I like it. It's unusual, unique.
My mum's a Fanny. Granny was a Fanny. She'll be joining a long line of Fannies.
Aye, it's good to keep up tradition.
Oh, Fanny, you're just like your daddy.
This is your captain speaking. Please pay attention as Derek and Jackie show you something phenomenal. To win 4 seats on the Brewjet and get whisked off on an all-expenses-paid holiday to Tenerife, buy a special pack and have a wee look for winning tickets. Go on yourself. Now get down the shops. And if you win, slap on the factor 50. You don't want to end up the colour of they two numpties. Win a phenomenal holiday on the Brewjet.
Bloody murder accidents.
What? 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 What?
Bogey cars.
My chilly snowman mate says he would like some I tell him get your own. He looks like he is going
What?
He nicked my iron brew and let go of my hand.
What?
Oranges, pears, bananas, tatties, cabbage, lost cat, squeaky door, bell, redhead, lads mags, onion rings, fridge, pakoras. Iron brew sugar free. It's sugar free. That's why it's called Iron Brew Sugar Free. It's totally obvious. Iron Brew Sugar Free. It's sugar free. It's totally obvious.
Oh, fun. I do. I do.
Me too.
Everybody in the world loves Iron Brew. He does. She does. We does.
Me Bloody does. Murder
I especially
accident.
love Iron Brew. Even though I used to be a man. Even though I used to be a man.
What? Bloody murder accident.
Here!
Bloody murder accident.
Good haul.
Senga.
So, Senga, do you come here often?
Why?
I'm gonna step on the gas. Leave Benny alone!
Yeah, approximately 9,000 years ago. Here it is then, the poop, the source of all life. It took 3,500 million
Bloody murder
years,
accident.
15,500,300
Bloody murder accident.
centuries for this single cell to form.
Bloody murder accident.
To poop.
Develop. Each one an independent living organism, which breathes, produces energy, feeds itself, and reproduces itself. Our cocks used to be fish fins. Cocks is what remains of our monkey's
Bloody
tail.
murder accident.
All right,
What?
we'll start again.
Bogey cars.
Fingers used to be...
Bloody murder accident. 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 Bloody murder accident.
Fill me with cum!
Bloody murder accident. 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 Bloody murder. Bloody murder.
What?
What?
Why don't you and
What?
I go inside there and see how a cell is made?
What? What?
Cell of our cell.
I'm Comrade Soul. I'm.
We can't read.
Of our
Bloody murder, bloody murder, bloody murder, bloody murder, bloody murder, accident.
What?
Bloody murder, accident.
What?
Bloody murder, accident. Bloody murder, murder, bloody murder, accident. Bloody murder, accident. Bloody murder accident.
Bloody murder accidents.
Bloody murder.
Bloody murder accidents. 4. Bloody murder accidents.
Bloody murder accidents. Bloody murder accidents. Bloody murder accidents.
Bloody murder accidents.
All that glitters is never what it seems. Oh, 'cause Eldorado's only gold and dreams. And when you go away, you gotta tell me where you're going to, so I can dream.
Bloody murder accidents. 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 Bloody murder. 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 Accidents.
This special BBC video recalls some of the programme's memorable moments from the past year. Adios, El Dorado is available now. In a moment, Dallas.
Don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some
Bogey
sunny
cars.
day. Keep smiling through, just like you always do.
Bloody murder accidents.
Till the blue skies drive the dark clouds far away. So will you please say hello to the folks that I know?
Bloody murder
Tell them
accidents.
I won't be long. They'll be happy
Bloody
to
murder
know
accidents.
that